Good morning. It is Tuesday, and it means it is the continuation of Group A here at the Online Darts Live League. Brought to you live on Sporty Stuff TV. I'm Chris Murphy, talking you through the action after what was a record-equalling day yesterday. Here's how the Group A table looks after one day's play. Scott Williams topping the pile with 4 wins from his 5 matches. Then Graham Hall, Danny van Trijp and Gian van Veen with 13 of the group's 47 180s yesterday have 6 points. Arjan Konterman and Owen Roelofs, who will contest this opening match today with just 1 win each. Contermann's coming against Roelofs at the end of the day. As I said there, 47 180s yesterday across this group. That was a joint record, matching the previous best by a group that occurred last year. Will we see that record broken today? Well, it's time to find out as the first match gets underway. And it is a meeting between the Dutch duo, Arjan Konterman, the man in your picture now, taking on the youngster Owen Roelofs, who enjoyed victory against Gian van Veen 4-3 yesterday. Another one of the Dutch contingent in this group. 4 out of 6 of the players are from the Netherlands. But Contermann got the better of Roelofs, having lost his first 4 matches, the Challenge Tour event runner-up. He beat the 19-year-old from Octon by 4 legs to 1.
Game on.
Can Contermann make it back-to-back wins against this particular opponent?
125.
Or will Roelofs get his revenge?
$41. $140. $140.
This is the first of 15 matches brought to you on this Tuesday. The fixtures played in reverse order from yesterday. 3 days now
81.
of Group A action, just like the old days, isn't it, here at the Online Darts Live League, where last week we saw the 1 millionth dart throw.
96. And your car 155.
Following this will be Gian van Veen against the league leader Scott
83.
Williams. And then Danny van Trijp meets Graham Hall. They're the 6 players battling it out for top spot in Group A, and a
85.
straight
And your car 72.
pass through to finals night on Saturday. Double 12 the target, now double 6 for Arjan Konterman,
shot on the first
who
leg.
takes
Arjan Konterman.
the opening leg of this match, holding his throw.
Second leg going to throw first. Game on.
A strong 15 darter on throw, textbook stuff. Amounts to an average of 100, a 15 dart leg.
77.
The only leg that Roelofs won yesterday against Contermann.
99.
Was a
44.
111 checkout. At 3-0 behind.
134. 60. 98.
This pair between them contributed 12 of the group's record-equalling 47 maximums in yesterday's
100.
play.
And your car
7 for Roelofs, 5 for Contermann. We didn't see a finish as high as this.
80.
The highest came from Danny van Trijp, 136 checkout.
100. And you require 90.
Treble 20 will probably be the target, and is for double 15. Oh, nicely done. This is really good stuff at the start of the morning's play for Arjan Konterman. Follows the 15 dart hold with the 14 dart break and that clinical kill of 90. to double his
Who
lead.
are going to throw first? Game on.
Paul Hinks officiating once again. Experienced referee.
60.
Great to have him with us at the Online Darts Live League.
100.
I thought Owen Roelofs acquitted himself okay yesterday. There were highs and lows.
95.
Really had a bad start and a bad finish to the day's play, but a notable victory against Gian van Veen, who was, for me, one of the most impressive operators in the field yesterday. Don't forget, it was a debut day for Owen Roelofs. He also averaged
121.
almost 103 in one of his matches, but was beaten by 105 average by Graham Hall, the highest of the day, 105.08.
105.
He wasn't happy with how he played yesterday. I said well done to him as he left the building, and he thought I was being ironic.
80. Owen Roelofs 156.
Well, here he'll show us what he can do.
120. Owen Roelofs 145.
Very nearly did. But he might be about to turn the tables in this match, because
65.
after
Owen
12
Roelofs
darts
36.
against a throw, he's left himself 36, having missed it for a 12 dart leg. Double 9. And still, oh, it was
27.
all going so well in that
Owen
leg
Roelofs
for Owen
80.
Roelofs. But it's 4 darts missed at double, and Contermann, who's only missed 1 dart, that's lucky
60.
really.
Owen Roelofs 9.
Almost busted his score there. 1 for double 4.
No score.
And that won't do,
Owen
Owen. That
Roelofs
will not
20.
do at all. Can he find a way through the barricades?
No score.
No is the
Owen
answer.
Roelofs 9.
The Roelofs play it again. Stay away from the 18 or the 20. Well, he's managed that, but he still needs to tidy things up.
7. Owen Roelofs 20.
Well, I like the thinking after the first dart was in there, because he had a marker
Arjan
to try and slot it in alongside or underneath, but it didn't work out for Owen Roelofs, and it's all going the way of Arjan Konterman in this one. He leads 3-0.
Both are going to throw first. Game on.
Again, a slow start from Roelofs, who averaged around 77 in his opening match yesterday.
41.
And he's at that level again today.
85. 40. 60.
We know there's better to come from the 19-year-old, and he knows there is, and he'll be frustrated.
95.
See that in his demeanour.
34. 60. 57.
Mentioned at the start of today's play that we had
98.
that record equaling maximum haul, record equaling 180 haul yesterday. We didn't have a single game where there wasn't at least one 180.
129. Owen Roelofs 167.
We haven't had one in this game.
93. Arjan Konterman 136. 96. Owen Roelofs 74.
Will the game go on? He was 3-0 down to Contermann yesterday afternoon and managed to get a leg on the board.
34.
But this time it could be
40.
4-0 for 4-0. And in it
Game shot of the
goes, and
match,
it is a
Arjan
whitewash
Konterman.
win for Arjan Konterman in the first match of Tuesday morning's action. No 180s in a match for the first time in this group this week, but Contermann breezed to victory. The missed darts at double for Roelofs in the third leg of the match really costing him, and it looked like too big a gap to bridge from there for the young Dutchman, and his fellow Netherlands native got the job done. A nice 90 checkout in there and a perfect start for Arjan Konterman. He takes a 4-0 win and moves clear from Roelofs at the bottom of the table. Coming next, we turn our attentions to the top as Gian van Veen takes on the league leader, Scott Williams. So, from a battle in the basement of the Group A table to a tussle at the top as the league leader Scott Williams makes his first appearance of the day. He faces Gian van Veen. The 20-year-old Dutchman who hit 13 180s yesterday, the joint third highest ever in a day at the Live League.
First leg is Gian to throw first. Game on.
But he was on the wrong end of a whitewash defeat at the hands of Williams towards the end of yesterday's play, and an average of 111.33. Williams
23.
threatening to break the record for the highest average ever at the Live League. He was up at 120 going into the last leg.
93.
And it was a 4-0 win in the opening match of the day as well for Arjan Konterman, defeating another Dutchman, Owen Roelofs.
140.
No maximums in that match. A first match in this group that hasn't featured a 180 after that magnificent haul yesterday.
180.
But we didn't have to wait too long. First one for Scott Williams, his 7th in the group.
100. 58.
He won't mind leaving the 170. Ever the entertainer, Scott Williams. Really do enjoy watching him. I really
94.
enjoyed watching Gian van Veen yesterday as well. A first look for me at him in the flesh. From the flesh to the fish.
145.
Not to be.
Gianluca 144.
Williams really wanted that, didn't he? Didn't he just? Yeah, I'd seen Van Veen's results of late, the win at the Challenge Tour in Hildesheim, those
25.
appearances at the Players' Championship events last week. Was excited to see him in action, and he certainly hasn't disappointed. Williams
19.
will be disappointed here. A missed
Gianluca
bull, a
48.
missed big number, then a missed double. Opening the door for Van Veen to hold, but it will seem like a break for the youngster, who also appeared in the Antwerp
He's
Open
on
at the
the first leg,
weekend,
Gian
and he
van
does
Veen.
manage to nick that leg, really, holding his own throw, but with a huge helping hand from Scott Williams, who completed the full set of misses there.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
The bull went begging for the 170, then he missed a big number in trying to clean up the remaining 25, and then once
57.
he had left a double, he missed that as well. Did get a couple of notable wins,
45.
Gian van Veen, in those Players' Championship events that he appeared in at the weekend over Devon Peterson and Rusty Jake
140.
Rodriguez. Earned himself £1,500 for his trouble
58.
in his very first PDC Pro Tour appearances.
60. 140. 95. 140. Scott Ricard 149.
Just a quick correction there. Styled that out, Paul Hinks.
$133. Gianluca 118.
Be staying there. Can't find the treble, so Williams
58.
looking
Scott
to
Ricard 16.
level the match, having missed a couple of darts at double in the previous leg. He misses a further one, but no more.
Second leg,
Then
Scott
it is
Williams.
all square in this battle as Williams looks to pull clear at the top of the Group A table. 1-1.
Third leg, Gian to throw first. Game on. 134. 134.
If Williams wins this match, he will move 4 points clear at the peak of the pile. On to 10 points with 5 wins from 6 games. But if Gian van Veen can get the victory, then he will go level at the top of the table with Williams, and both Van
76.
Trijp and Hall are also on 6 points, so one of them would move on to 8 as well. So for the group,
100.
you've probably got 5 players and their fans cheering on GVV in this one.
180.
Williams weighs in with his second maximum. Maybe forcing Van Veen to try and produce something special. But that's not going to happen. So 111, the average that Williams hit against Van Veen yesterday, could be the finish that hits him hard today. 92 remaining. Not to beat.
87. Gian, you require 41.
Oh, he's hit the double. Did not want that. Leaves him 23. Double 8.
25. Scott requires 24.
The inadvertent double 9 that started the downfall.
12.
But maybe it won't matter.
Gian, you require 16.
Because Williams has failed to capitalise. Didn't seem like badly thrown darts, to be fair to Scott there. Certainly the 2 that were outside the double 12 were very, very close indeed. But a close shave for Gian van Veen. Almost broken, but he holds on 2-1.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to let you into a little secret here at the Live League. If you ever wondered why it sometimes looks like Paul Hinks is waiting 93. For a bus to arrive before he calls game on in the next leg, there is a little indicative system
81
in front of him to the left of the dartboard that tells him that it's all clear to go, because there's only a referee and the 2 players in the
96.
Streaming booth, that the technical team backstage are the ones operating the scoreboard.
180.
And tapping the 180 button right now for Gian van Veen. Yeah, he gets a little green light, Paul Hinks, every time
59.
the next leg is ready to start. So he's not just having a breather. Seeing what's going on this morning, or
60.
Other popular daytime shows are available. He has to wait for the green light.
100.
Well, the 180 could be the green light for Gian van Veen to go ahead and take total control of this tussle.
100. Scott Rukar, 153.
His first of the day, his 14th in the group, and it's given him a shot at this 80. It will be 1 dart tops to break Scott Williams and move within 1 of toppling the league leader
60.
in game
Scott
1.
requires 70.
Williams could avoid going 3-1 behind if he can hit double 16.
38.
But the doubling has not been
20.
Of the highest standard for Williams so far in this match. And that looks like a nice wide open door for Van Veen to walk through, but he fails to do that.
15. Scott
and pulls 32. It inside double 5. A glorious opportunity missed there for Gian van Veen. 4 darts missed to break.
Leg,
and Scott Williams makes him pay. Van Veen could have now been throwing for a 4-1 win, but instead, after the doubles desert him, it's 2-2.
Fifth leg, Gian to throw first. Game on. 100. $180.
Well, how quickly it can turn around. Gian van Veen
140.
missed 4 darts to lead 3-1. He would have been throwing for a 4-1 win. Now Scott Williams has taken control of leg 5.
100.
With that opening maximum, his 3rd of the match.
$100. 60. Genuine car 161.
Treble 17.
137. Scott your car 161.
Next best thing to taking out the 161. But Williams may take it out.
87. Genuine car 24.
Big moments coming up. Williams had opened this leg, remember, with a maximum, but failed to follow it up. And now Van Veen
Game shot on the fifth
nails
leg.
double 12 to regain the lead and wrestle back control of this match. He's in pole position once again, one away from the win. 3-2.
6 leg Scott to throw first. Game on. $140.
What are you doing?
125.
I think was the sort of thing that he said to himself there, but he rectified the erroneous arrow.
80. $60. $121. $62. Scott your car 160.
So for parity, begging for a bedfellow, double top
140.
would have been the most sizable outshot that we've seen slung in this group this week so far.
100. Scott your car 20.
But it's looking like,
Game shot on
and
the
it
sixth
is,
leg. Scott
a
Williams.
level game at 3 legs each, and it all comes down to a single leg to decide whether it's Williams who pulls away at the top or whether Gian van Veen joins him.
7th and final leg. Gian to throw first. Game on.
Every single leg has gone with a throw, but it hasn't been without opportunities for both players to break.
134.
Williams in the very first leg. Missed 2 darts to do so. Van Veen
93.
in leg 4. Missed 4 darts to break and lead 3-1, but he's still in pole position on throw in a last leg decider.
85.
A reminder, if he does win this leg, and therefore this match, and he will join Scott Williams on 8 points at the top of the table, 2 clear of the
58.
next pair to play, Danny Van Trijp and Graham Hall. If Williams can break and win, then he moves
108.
4 clear of the trio on 6 points, including that man Van Veen, but a second maximum of the match for him, a
65.
fifth of the game in total, has put the checkered flag in sight. Oh yes. Oh yes.
70.
Oh no. But it shouldn't matter. The 7th missed start at double for
65. Genuine
GVB
car
in this
32.
match.
Game
Could have
shot on
been
the
followed
match.
by
Gian
another
van
5 because it was a bit of an off leg in the last leg for Scott Williams, and Van Veen did the business, and in a competitive game he picks up the 2 points that sees him go level with the man he's just beaten, Scott Williams. He gets his revenge for that whitewash defeat yesterday afternoon and sees off Williams in a 7-leg battle. That pair top the table on 8 points apiece, and one of the next pair of players will join them as Graham Hall takes on Danny Van Trijp. Welcome back. You're watching the Online Darts Live League on Sporty Stuff TV. And we go into game 3 here, while two players are about to battle it out to join the last two players we saw at the top of the table. And these are the men looking to do just that. Danny van Trijp of the Netherlands, a winner on the Challenge Tour. He takes on England's Graham Hall, former UK Open participant. Both on 6
Looks
points.
like it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
With 3 wins from their 5 games yesterday, including for Van Trijp a win over Hall in his last match of Monday's opening session.
180!
And what an opening that is. They're at it again, this group. 47 180s, the joint most ever in a group yesterday. That's already 6 today. Make it 7.
180! $81.
Flying start from the pair of them.
59. $82.
These Mavericks of maximum hitting, producing perfection in their opening visits.
56.
That's how we like our legs in the morning here at the Online Darts Live League. Brought to you
96.
live in the UK on Sporty Stuff TV.
$132.
He was going for the 174 there. The treble 18 was the target with the final darts. Double top the target with the final dart here.
The first leg,
And it's in. And DVT takes the lead after a flying start for the pair of them in this match. Opening with 180s. It's a 15 darter on throw for Danny van Trijp.
Second leg, Graham to throw first. Game on. $55. $180.
And he's at it again. He takes his tally in the group to 8.
$55. $66. $180.
Well, this is absolutely superb from the pair of them. As Hall takes his maximum count to 12 in the group, and the group's maximum count, or for the day, to 9.
95.
And for the week to 56.
$57. Danny Ricard 160.
Well, surely he'll get another. He can't miss the treble 20. Does he miss the double 20?
He's
No,
on
he
the
doesn't.
second leg.
It's
Danny van
absolutely sublime from Danny van Trijp. A 180 in the leg, and he completes it with a blockbuster 160 check out, the highest of the week. Twice he's needed tops, and twice he's hit it. 2-0.
They'd like Danny to throw first. Game on.
Textbook stuff, isn't it?
81.
15 dart hold, dozen dart break. That amounts to an average of around 108.
58.
And I know it is only 2 legs in, but it may well be halfway through this game if Van Trijp wins another couple in double quick time.
81.
Hall's had a maximum in each of the first 2 legs, but has been denied a dart at double in both of them.
140. 59.
Well, if Van Trijp's going to keep up the kind of performance he's produced so far, he'll be
99.
in need of going out in 6 here. And he's not going to do that now.
50.
So Hall with a real opportunity to break the throw. Now he'd love to fill it up.
135. 42. Graham car 69.
First start at double for Hall.
49.
He can't do what his opponent's done twice already in this match and land tops. But he will return with 3 in hand.
58.
And
Graham
double
car
10.
20.
The target. Well, that's way off the mark. Double 5.
Game shot on the third leg. Graham
Should
Hall.
settle him down somewhat. Hall halves the deficit in this one. Danny Van Trijp flying out of the blocks, but completely fizzled out in that leg, and Hall took full advantage.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Breaker throw for Graham Hall there as well.
60.
The man who has reached
140.
three finals in the secondary PDC tours and won a
82.
development tour title way back in 2013, can you believe? Just to give you an idea of the kind of players that were around then. He beat Ross Smith
100.
in the final of that event. Jan Dekker in the semi-final.
93.
And the likes of Adam Hunt, Matthew Dennant, David Pallett, Benito van der Pas, Josh Payne
65.
and Max Hopp were all in the latter stages of that tournament. 9 years ago since the bricklayer began building his career with that victory. 38.
58.
Apologies.
134.
32 years of age now.
$42. Danny Rukar 62.
Great dart.
Game shot on
And
the
Van
fourth leg.
Trijp is
Danny
back
Van
in
Trijp.
command of this match. Well, Graham Hall bossed the last leg and broke the throw, and it looked like he'd turn the tables in the tie, but it might be that that's all for Hall because Van Trijp is throwing
Fifth
for a
leg, Danny to
4-1
throw
win.
first. Game on.
Another?
140.
Not this time. 4 in the match. Already the pair of them have shared.
$96. 131.
It's been a high quality display from Danny van Trijp, averaging 99 and 230 points away from completing a victory that would see him join
96.
Scott Williams and Gian van Veen on 8 points at the top of the table.
$100.
Well, a close inspection there from Paul Hinks. Well, should be the bull segment now with the last start. Good thinking from Graham Hall, making sure he left to finish. And it's the cardboard box situation here. Big fish, little fish, and the little fish ain't going to go.
30. Graham
How about the big fish?
170.
Expert set up to leave it. But he can't threaten the fish. And Van Trijp will return in need of a ton.
42. Danny Rukar, 100.
Tops, perhaps. That was the intention.
80. Graham Rukar, 128.
A last chance for Hall to produce something special. Treble 20 would leave him the bull. Treble 20 leaves him the bull.
94. Danny Rukar, 20.
And surely that will be that. Oh, that is unbelievable.
No score.
A
Graham
wayward
Rukar,
dart.
34.
At the match point moment, and now Hall has a decision to make. Does he go straight for the rarely seen double 17? He opts not to and splits to leave double 16. Goes inside that, which leaves that.
Game shown on the fifth leg. Graham Hall.
Well, the game should be over, really. I'm sure that's what will be going through Danny van Trijp's mind, but Hall, a grateful recipient of the mistake, and keeps the game alive. 3-2.
Sixth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Couple of mismatched darts there, but in truth he should have had more. The margin of the miss of the second was so great that it denied him a third dart double.
125.
I think he's put it behind him, don't you? Fifth of this game, matching the haul we had in the previous game. Third for Danny van Trijp.
100. $43.
And a third
180.
for Graham Hall. 6 in the match now. 11 for the day.
96.
Well, they're at it
Graham
again.
Milquan,
They're at it
96.
again. This Super 6. And that is a leg out of the very top draw from Graham Hall. 96 to follow that maximum. Makes it an 11 darter as Hall levels the match and forces a last leg shootout.
Seventh and final leg, Danny to throw first. Game on. $100. $58. $46. $100. $100.
Not happy. with the 100 there. But for me, still in a good spot in the leg.
99.
Knows he needs to find a treble here, though, to leave himself on a finish.
99.
Does it. With the last dart. Couldn't be closer. The last game was 4-3. That went the way of Gian van Veen. That was a match between two players who had the same points tally to take into Tuesday. And the same kind of thing is happening here. Perfect setup. Next best thing to taking it out, but it allows Hall an opportunity. Just one treble required. One single, and then one double. Well, the single bit is the first bit. Treble 18 gets it for double 18.
82.
Finds the next door neighbour.
16.
Can Van Trijp take advantage? Oh, it's 3 match starts to join the 2 he missed to win earlier on. And Danny Van Trijp has blown a huge opportunity here to go level at the top of the table with Williams and Van Veen. But Graham can't grab
16.
glory either. Easy for me to say, isn't it? Even I'm feeling the pressure. Even I'm making mistakes. More misses. That's 6 now. 7. 8 darts missed for the match across 2 separate legs, including 6 in this deciding leg. Hall himself has missed 4. Make that 5. Make that 6. But he doesn't make it 7. And Graham Hall wins a tense tussle to go level at the top of the table. Van Trijp was producing brilliant stuff for much of the match, but he missed 6 darts in the deciding leg, having missed 2 darts to win the match earlier. 8 in total for victory. He will be haunted by that whole defeat. A 160, check out the highlight for him. 6 180s shared between the pair. Really high quality stuff until the pair of them went on to miss 12 darts in the deciding leg between them before Hall finally got over the line. He goes top of the table, level with Williams and Van Veen. And Williams is back in action next against Arjan Konterman. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. The action continues here at the Online Darts Live League, live on Sporty Stuff TV. I'm Chris Murphy, talking you through the games today, and Game 4 features Scott Williams and Arjan Konterman. This is how the table looks. Williams top of it on leg difference, ahead of Graham Hall, who just pipped Danny van Trijp at the post there in the previous match. Gian van Veen got the better of Williams earlier on to join him on 8 points at the top of the table. Arjan Konterman's early victory over Owen Roelofs means that he can now join Van Trijp on 6 if he can carry on this little winning run he's put together. Having lost his first 4, he's won his last 2. Both of them notably against
57.
Bottom of the table Roelofs, who is back in action next against Graham Hall. Well, we've already seen 11 of
140.
This group's trademark today, which is the 180. A record equalling Hall of maximum set yesterday by the Super 6
140
in Group A. I reckon that record could be threatened again today. And that is already a 4th for Scott Williams.
100. Scott Williams 81.
Taking his tally for the group in its entirety to 10. And looking for an 11 dart leg. Well, he won't get it that way. But he might get a 12, and he's done that. He goes his own ways, Scott Williams, but so often his own ways work a treat, and that one has done just that. An excellent finish.
Second leg iron to throw first, game on.
And a dozen dart leg for Scott Williams to kick things off.
80.
Just to give you an indication of how good a 12 dart leg is, it's an average of 125.25
57.
12 darter.
59. 140.
Showed good composure there, Scott Williams. Knew he needed to adjust, despite just wanting to throw
100.
in his usual rhythm. Stepped across and it worked a treat.
140.
A man who plays with such style, Shaggy. Such swagger.
56. Scott Ricard 164.
I have no doubt that he'll go for the bull if he gets the opportunity. But he won't get the opportunity.
58.
Does like the treble 18, Scott Williams, but I think in that spot, starting on the 19s is probably the better option. You're looking at 2 at the same target. If you hit the single,
100.
you can utilise the bull and 25 to leave 100 2-darter minimum, rather than the 3-darter he's left here. Not that he'll have a problem with it, of course.
86.
Well, the only problem was a bit at the end. It will be a different route for Arjan Konterman. But he won't even get a dart at the double.
49. Scott requires 20.
D10.
No score. And require
No
57.
score, no sir. He's gone next door. And that's not where he wanted to be.
37.
But nor
Scott
is that for
requires
Arjan
20.
Konterman. A couple of darts missed to snatch the leg, albeit on his own throat. And this time,
Game shot on the
Williams gets it right. He puts it right, and he doubles his lead. Scott Williams, 2 to the good, and throwing first in leg 3.
Third leg Scott to throw first. Game on. 100. 57.
So the overnight pace setter looking to bounce back.
$180.
From an opening defeat this morning against Gian van Veen and doing a good job of it. His second max of the match, his fifth of the day.
60. $100.
The man who enjoyed that brilliant victory on the Pro Tour,
100. Scott Ricard, 121.
having won 4 Challenge Tour titles as well, in what is turning out to be a fabulous 2022 for Scott
85.
Williams. Almost a fabulous finish there. Sorry, 3 Challenge Tour titles. It is 4 titles in total in the PDC.
135. Scott Ricard, 36.
The winner of the British Internationals in the
He's shown on the
WDF
third leg,
system.
Scott
And he looks
Williams.
like he's going to be a winner of this match here because he's eased into a 3-leg lead against Arjan Konterman, who seems powerless to stop the Williams surge.
Fourth leg iron to throw first. Game on.
It's 100 average for Scott Williams, who's had a 12 dart and a 13 dart
60.
hold in this match.
$96. $100.
That title he won in Niedenhausen. Really was a spectacular win for Scott
96.
Williams. A player that was in the field effectively to make up the numbers.
61.
Topping up from the Challenge Tour. Doesn't have a tour card, but he beat Gary Blades, Danny Baggish of America, Johnny Clayton, multiple major winner,
139.
John Henderson, World Cup winner, Rob Cross, world champion, and his good friend, Chris Dobie, title winner, and Nathan Aspinall,
100.
Also
Scott Ricard,
a
170.
televised title winner, to take that crown. The setup to leave this 170 was excellent, by the way. 139, treble 19, treble 19,
92.
25.
$16. Scott requires 78.
So Arjan Konterman, who enjoyed a whitewash win in his opening match of the day. That's interesting. Double 18.
Shot on the
He
match,
goes his
Scott
own ways, Williams, and almost always seems to pull off the shots. And he did again. 100 average for Scott Williams, the first 3-figure average of the day. And Contermann, who won 4-0 in his opener, is beaten 4-0 in his second outing. Williams did lose his opener 4-3, but he returns to the top of the table, clear at the top of the table, by earning his 5th win from the 7 matches he has played so far. Brilliant stuff from Scott Williams, including that unorthodox out at the end of the match, but it is looking good for Williams, sitting pretty at the top of the pile. Coming up in a couple of minutes' time is the man at the bottom of the pile, Owen Roelofs. He faces Graham Hall. Stay tuned. Welcome back. On we go then with game 5 of the morning here at the Online Darts Live League, and it is a man at the foot of the table, Owen Roelofs, taking on Graham Hall. And Hall, after falling over the line a couple of games ago against Danny Van Trijp, could join Scott Williams at the top with victory against the Basement Boy, who he beat 4-1 yesterday with the highest average of the day, 105.08. Roelofs himself in that one, average 102.81, his highest average, and he's looking to pull level with 5th place Arjan Konterman.
Looks like it's Owen to throw first. Game on.
Who just went down 4-0 to the league leader Williams. It's been 2 whitewash wins, 1 for Williams and 1 for Contermann against Roelofs, and then
43.
2 4-3 victories. 1 for Gian van Veen against Williams, and 1 for this man Graham Hall against Danny Van Trijp. And Van Veen and Van Trijp will be involved in the van race after this.
82. 134. 100. 180.
They're hardly worth making reference to anymore, are they? 180s in this group.
140. Graham McQuarrie 53.
Par for the course. For an 11 dart break, brilliant start from Graham Hall. Cannot ask for much better than that in an opening leg. His 4th maximum of the day. And in 11 darter. Particularly after all those missed darts at double when he fell over the line in the end against Van Trijp in the previous match, to hit straight away will be a nice early settler.
96
for Hall, a soother, if you will.
38.
Quite the opposite effect on Owen Roelofs.
97. 60. 100. 81.
You can see he's not happy with how he's throwing. Only averaged in the 70s in his opening match. In fact, his lowest average of the week so far in that 4-0 defeat to Arjan Konterman. And he's not much higher here.
58. Graham McQuarrie 150.
Brilliant. Will he stay there? Decided against it with Roelofs not in finishing
94.
range. Have to say about Owen, and there are much more accurate analysts of throws than I, but his final dart to me,
107. Graham McQuarrie 56.
It seems like a much lazier lob than the previous two, and maybe something to work on for the 19-year-old Dutchman. And he's got his work cut out in this match because Graham Hall has raced into a 2-leg lead in it. Roelofs not at the races, and Hall is making hay. Just see if that continues here. First dart, pretty firm. Second dart, pretty firm. The third
60.
dart, it just looks like a more lethargic lob to me. Try and get the thoughts of
180.
maybe Paul Nicholson or Chris Mason. See if they concur with that analysis. Well, maybe it won't be this time because he's stopped himself in his tracks, but that's after Graham Hall has opened
59.
the leg with his second max of the match.
$41. 58. 140. 41. Graham, your car, 140.
Well, it is becoming a walk in the park for Graham Hall, this one. He'll just look for a ton to tee up tops.
100.
And that's exactly what he gets. Second dart was close to being in, the third one was in. Oh, well, if he didn't have
80.
bad luck
Graham,
going
your car,
Roelofs, he'd have
40.
no luck at all. I think he's on the verge of consigning this duel to the
He's shown
darting
the third
dustbin.
leg. Graham Hall.
And it looks like Hall will get the job done ASAP. It's a double break now for Graham. And he's looking to complete a whitewash win,
Both like Graham to throw first. Game on.
having been embroiled in a real battle in his opening affair against another Dutchman in Danny van Trijp. Well, Roelofs, you can see, is doing something with his darts in the background there.
140.
Not sure exactly what. Has he made a change?
58. 121.
It doesn't appear to be
40.
any discernible difference.
$140. 43.
Well, it's a
Graham, your
lazy
car,
lob.
100.
With that third dart again, he knows that he hasn't really been at the races in this match. And Graham Hall hit the highest average of the day against Owen Roelofs yesterday.
60.
It looks like he might well do the same today. That average yesterday was 105.08.
Graham, your car, 40.
And that
Game show
double
match,
10
Graham Hall.
means he just goes above that, 105.47 today. So he beats his own record for the highest average in this group so far this week against the same sorry opponent, Owen Roelofs, who had a bit of a nightmare there, averaging shy of 70 in that one. Didn't get a single dart double. I think he had a bit of a problem with his third dart during that match, and that's something maybe for him to reflect on. But lots of positive things for Graham Hall to reflect on going forward. He joins Scott Williams at the top of the table. There'll be about a 5-minute break now before the next match gets underway, but when we return it will be an all-Dutch duel between Gian van Veen and Danny van Trijp. See you in 5. Welcome back. On we go with the action into Game 6 here on Tuesday at the Live League, and it's a meeting between the Dutch pair of Gian van Veen and Danny van Trijp. And this is how the table looks. Well, there are joint leaders at the moment, Scott Williams and Graham Hall, but it could be a three-way tie at the top if Van Veen gets the better of van Trijp for the second successive day. He averaged 105 when the pair met yesterday. The only leg for van Trijp in that one came by virtue of a 136 checkout. He can join Van Veen on 8 points, however, and pull clear of the bottom two, Arjan Konterman and Owen Roelofs, whose only victory actually came against Van Veen yesterday.
81. 60.
It was a great game between this pair in Monday's session. 4 180s in it. That 136 checkout I mentioned from Van Veen. From Van Trijp rather. Van Veen had a 105 checkout and a 105 average. That was only bettered by Graham Hall in the very next match with a 105.08, and he's bettered that in the last match today, 105.47 in a whitewashed win against Owen Roelofs. One of 3 4-0 victories in the opening 5 matches today. Contermann against Roelofs, Hall against Roelofs, and Williams against Contermann. Van Veen and Van Trijp in their opening matches were both involved in big battles. Van Veen winning 4-3 against Scott Williams. Van Trijp losing 4-3 against Graham Hall, but missing 8 match darts in that one. Well, the 180 from Van Veen sees him move back to the top
42. Danny Ricard 164.
of the table in that metric, having hit now 16. One more than Graham Hall, his closest competitor for the most maximums.
126. Januar 40. Getting shot on the first leg, Gian van Veen.
He does take the first leg, Gian van Veen there, by landing tops to hold his throw after that 180 in it. Van Trijp has the darts in leg 2.
Second leg, Danny to throw first, game on.
16 dart hold.
100. 125. 100. 100.
This is the 6th game of the day. Means everybody in the group would have played 2 today and 7 in total. It's
40.
possible that 3 of those players could have won 5 out of those 7 games, as we get a clear split in the group.
77.
Gian van Veen were to win. If Van Trijp wins, he will join his opponent on 8 points, leaving Hall and Williams
140.
tied on 10, and that pair will battle it out to see who will go outright top of the table in the very next match, due to get underway at 11:15.
137. Danny Ricard 121.
Well, this could be a big moment in this match. Treble 17 required, and the bullseye required.
96.
And almost hit.
62.
The ring rattled, but Van Veen now has a chance to pull clear. And double 16 will see him do that.
Game shot on
Great
the second
darts.
leg. Gian van Veen.
Having seen the opportunity missed on the bull by his opponent, Van Veen gets a break with that 62 combination finish.
Third leg, Gian to throw first, game on.
15 dart break. And Van Veen is in control of the contest. It was 4-1 when he
55.
beat Van Trijp in that high quality affair yesterday.
81.
He's looking to maintain a perfect start to today's action. Was beaten by Roelofs and Williams, bottom and top,
140.
on Monday.
$59. $180.
Smiles between the pair. But I think that
100.
Gian
Your car 126.
is enjoying this match a lot more than Danny.
$94. $180.
Although he enjoyed that, take a bow. Well, how quickly did Gian van Veen's face turn from smiles and jokes to full focus there?
Being shot on the third
And he
leg.
sneaks
Gian
the
van
dart
Veen.
in the corner. GVV leads by 3 in a good-spirited, nice-natured affair. But it is Van Veen who is the runaway leader.
Both like Danny to throw first. Game on.
16, 15, 15, an average of 98.02
59.
for Gian van Veen. He was looking to go even one better than yesterday when he won 4-1 against Van Trijp. And
16.
get the day's 4th whitewash win from 6 matches. Is that going to be the story of today? Yesterday it was all about the
58.
maximums. That record equalling Hall. Speaking of Hall, he's coming next. Graham Hall takes on Scott Williams in a top of the table tussle.
85.
At 11:15. Don't go anywhere. It means we might have a quite lengthy break if Van Veen
60.
does indeed get the job done in this leg. So don't adjust your set. Don't start tweeting us
59.
to tell you it's frozen. Just make yourself a nice brew and return. Feet up, watch the darts.
140.
I know that's not the case for most of you. You've got it on a secret window at work, haven't you? Don't worry, I won't tell.
58.
Remember, headphones if you're working at a workplace, but have it blasting as loud as you like if you're working from home.
140.
And it doesn't look like we will have that massive break because Van Veen is unlikely to break in this leg. Van Trijp
57. Danny
needs
Rukar
44 to keep the game going at least a little longer. Double top he wants, double 10 he wants, and
Being shot
double
on the
10
fourth leg.
he
Danny
gets.
Dancer.
There will be no whitewash win in this match as Van Trijp gets a leg in the ledger. Is it a consolation or the start of something more? Let's find out.
Fifth leg, Gian to throw first. Game on. $58. $140.
Well, it may be the start of something more because he's won the battle of the opening visits in leg 5 here
99.
by some distance and effectively has already taken the darts. Another treble would hammer home that advantage and he's got it.
140.
In fact, he's got a brace.
$140.
Good response from Gian.
81.
And only 81. The last start really could be costly there for DVT. Could have been on at least 1-2 more.
95. Daniel Carr 140.
Needing just one treble.
100. January car 109.
But this for the match.
77. Daniel car 40.
A miss for the match. This to stay in the match. That's a wild one, 77. And he can't
33.
find it. And you get the sense that will be that. As Gian van Veen steps forward with more match darts at double 16. And for the second day on the spin, Gian van Veen defeats Danny van Trijp by 4 legs to 1. Both players averaging in the 90s in that one. A couple of maximums for Van Veen. He is top of the table for maximum hitting in this group. The double hitting was good as well, hitting half of his 8 attempts, including a high of a 62 checkout. And that means he moves into a 3-way tie with the league leaders, Scott Williams and Graham Hall. That pair are involved in the next match. But just a reminder, that is due to get underway at 11:15. So we'll be back in 8 or 9 minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Hi there, welcome back to the action here at the Online Darts Live League. And now, well, this should be worth the wait, shouldn't it? A meeting at the top of the table as Graham Hall takes on Scott Williams. And this is how that table looks. Williams, Hall and Van Veen all tied on 10 points. 4 clear of Danny van Trijp, 6 clear of Arjan Konterman and 8 clear of the man at the bottom of the pile without a leg to his name so far today, Owen Roelofs. He'll take on Van Trijp in a couple of games.
Looks like it's Graham to throw first.
And it's Contermann against Van Veen.
Game on.
First, Hall takes on Scott Williams, who in that little break was giving me a little pronunciation lesson, so I must apologise to the friends and family of Gian van Veen. See, I've said it wrong again there. Oh, what a start. Gian van Veen. It is Van Veen rather than Van Veen, and Scott Williams
100
made that point to me and had it confirmed by Gian himself, so I will get that right for the rest of the week.
70.
Fortunately, no pronunciation problems with the two players in front of me now.
57.
And it was Van Veen who got the better of Williams earlier on today. A 4-3 win for the young Dutchman. Hall almost suffered a 4-3 defeat at the hands of Danny van Trijp. Van Trijp who missed 8 match darts to beat him. But Hall got the win in the end and then went on to see off Owen Roelofs 4-0. Williams also had a 4-0 win against Arjan Konterman.
180.
And that is 180. Number 19 of the day. The 6th of the day for Scott Williams, already matching his tally from 24 hours ago.
134. Scott, your car, 164.
He'll start on treble 19 this time. Treble 18 was a target earlier for this. He's taken my advice.
64. Graham, your car, 138.
Leaves the level ton.
$52. Scott, your car, 100.
Well, he went tops. It looked like
60.
a decent guy, didn't it, for the treble 20? But yeah, going for the bigger surface area, no problem with that really. Hall, though, hunting down 86 to hold. And he gets 2 darts at double 16. Which he nails
first leg, Graham Hall.
to take the lead in this match. Hall holds with that 86 combo finish. And he could be going top of the table at the end of this, 1-0.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
When the pair met yesterday, Graham Hall enjoyed a whitewash win over Williams.
140.
112 checkout in there. Restricted Scott to just 3 darts at double in that match.
140. 58. 100. 127.
Just get the feeling that that won't be the same scoreline today.
100.
'Handily placed here, Williams.
136. Graham, your car, 161.
And I certainly don't think it'll be the scoreline today unless Hall can produce this 161 checkout, which he can't. So tops for parity.
Scott, you require 40.
An over adjustment there, so over to double
20.
10, and he fails to
Graham
find that as well.
120.
Will he be punished? Well, he won't. Williams, who
41.
won't watch his opponent's darts, tries to keep in his own zone, and now he's zoning in on double 10. Can he bounce it off the barrel and into the bed? He does not like the lie, having to try and find an air shot, going high. Now, back to the middle of the oche, and a clear bed to aim at, but 79. It's 6 starts squandered by Shaggy. That was a scrappy do, wasn't it? Double top.
39.
Hall can't
Scott
take advantage.
5.
So 5 in bits for Scott Williams to bail himself out, and he does that by landing double 2. Not happy with the leg of darts, and shares a little conversation, little joke, a little post-leg analysis with Graham Hall, but the leg is in the ledger under the name of Scott Williams.
Well,
that's better. After the last few visits were 41, 41 and 39 for Graham Hall.
100.
Albeit the 39 from 79, including a missed start at tops. And this is back-to-back 140s to kick off leg 3.
$140. $85. $41. Graham Newcar 136.
Well, Hall having it all his own way at the moment on throw.
$96. $40. Graham Newcar 40.
And he has all the time in the world to complete this leg. Doesn't want to come inside here.
20.
Well, that's better than doing that. Would have just left it a little bit more precarious had he left double 5, with Williams ready to weigh in with a 140.
100.
A little bit nonchalant with that last start, in my view. And double 10 goes in for Hall anyway. So he wrestles back the lead. Will he wrestle the league lead? Scott Williams has been the man at the summit seemingly since the start, but Hall, he's threatening to knock him off his perch.
To throw first. Game on. $43.
And already the door is open after a slow start.
57. $59. $180.
Making his move against the throw. His first of this match. That takes the group's tally for the day to
99.
20. Remember that record, 47, that they equalled yesterday for the most maximums hit in a day at the Live League. I know that the players are interested in doing that because Danny Van Trijp, in that little break we just had, was in the
100.
backstage room asking how many maximums they'd amassed between them today. We need Owen Roelofs and Arjan Konterman to get in the act. They haven't hit any between them so far.
Graham your car 164.
This morning. Oh, this would be absolutely brilliant. Not going to happen. And Williams can bail himself out of trouble with a supersized shot. The highest checkout we've seen so far is the 160. That was completed by Van Trijp.
$64. Graham your car 32.
For 3-1-8. In it goes, and Graham Hall seems to be a bit of a bogeyman for Scott Williams this week here at the Live League. He thrashed him yesterday 4-0, and he is now throwing for a 4-1 win, 24 hours
Graham
on.
to throw first. Game on.
Following this, it will be another
140.
brace of all Dutch duels. Arjan Konterman against Gian van Veen before Danny Van Trijp takes on Owen Roelofs.
180.
As Williams weighs in with his second maximum, not ready to surrender just yet.
$56.
Carry on, Scott. Well, he was getting warm.
130.
In the hunt for a perfect leg. We've seen a couple of those
56.
lately. Graham Usher.
$171.
And Conor Heenahan adding their names to the roll of honour. Well, it won't be the 9 data, but it may well be the 10. 180, 130 incorporating the bullseye, and then 171. Brilliant leg of darts from Scott Williams, and he wins it in a dozen. And I absolutely love that leg of darts. Ended up being a 12 darter with the 2 darts on the wire there and the double 10, but the Scott Williams style
6 leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
was all over that leg. 3 treble 20s, treble 20, single 20 bull, and then 3 treble 19s to leave 20 after 9 darts.
78.
Bravo.
$180.
But Hall levels up the maximum count in the match.
$121. $100. $162.
Excellent stuff again from Scott Williams.
$140. Scott Ricard, 140.
May have to take this out, and he's not going to.
62. Graham Ricard, 81.
So, for the match, for a second win in as many days against Scott Williams, a favourite to win this group. It will be 12 or the treble. And now the bull. Graham Hall was excellent on the bull yesterday, and he finds it to beat Scott Williams once again today. He does have a liking for the bullseye, and Graham Hall has a liking for matches against Scott Williams. And a win against Williams here sees him leapfrog Scott at the top of the Group A table. A decent darting duel, that one, but Graham Hall takes the 2 points to take his tally to 12 and move clear of Williams. And Gian van Veen, who we will see in action next, looking to join him at the peak of the pile if he can get victory against Arjan Konterman. Stay with us. Welcome back as we move into the halfway stage of today's dart in action, and it's another all-Dutch matchup between Arjan Konterman and Gian van Veen. Van Veen could go level with Graham Hall at the top of the table if he gets victory against Konterman, just as he did yesterday, a 4-2 success against his fellow Netherlands native who has won one of his matches today, beating Owen Roelofs. That's the only player he's beaten, though. But if he does win this one, he will join Danny van Trijp on 6 points and leave Roelof really stranded at the bottom of the table ahead of his tussle with Van Trijp coming up after this one. Hasn't had a 180 yet today, Arjan Konterman.
140.
For those interested in that 180 haul for this group after their exploits yesterday, tying up the tally for the most hit by any group ever. This is number 23.
121.
Or would have been. Yeah, 22 amassed so far. 4 of those for Gian van Veen. 7 for Graham Hall.
125.
4 for Danny van Trijp and 7 for Scott Williams. No maximums at all for Contermann or Roelof.
140. 140.
And AK can't quite put that right. But GVV may show him how it's done.
121.
Well, twice he's found 2 in the treble and then gone wayward by some distance with the 3rd dart. That's tricky now for Contermann. Could have gone for treble 16 with the second dart rather.
19.
Treble 19 will be the first port of call for Van Veen. Oh my, well, wow. Well, that is a huge, huge slip.
79. Iron your car 40.
Can only assume that it slipped out of his hand, that one.
30.
But it might not
Gian 40.
cost him the leg because Contermann has missed 3 darts at double. And Van Veen has made him pay with a break of throw there, despite that ridiculously wayward dart in the 119 attempt. Van Veen gets it right by landing double 10 to break.
Second leg, Gian to throw first. Game on.
Can he get this right this time? Twice he's been in with 2 darts and hit
One
a
on the
single one with a 3rd.
leg.
But this time it is the 5th maximum of the day and an 18th of the week
One on the leg.
for Van Veen, followed by the 1st of the day for his opponents. Maximum magic here at the Live League. This group full of big hitters.
85.
None of them have ever produced a perfect leg of darts in their careers.
140.
I think we might come close over the next few days. We're going to see all of these players in action at least until the end of Friday.
140.
And the regularity with which they're scoring 180s
41. Gian require 96.
suggests to me that there's every chance that one of them might break their 9-dart duck.
48. Iron require 140.
140 to level. Not going to happen. And he's only going to
40.
leave 100
Gian
in the
require
end, so Van
48.
Veen can stretch away. Well, again, a bit of a slip with the first dart going for the finish. He shrugs it off and goes for double 8, which he hits
Shot on the second leg. Gian van Veen.
to double his lead. I wonder what all that's about from Van Veen. Going for a treble 19 earlier, missed the board entirely. Go for a single 16 there, hit the double.
The leg iron
Hasn't
to
hampered
throw
his
first.
progress
Game
in the
on.
leg. He leads 2-0.
140. 140. 123. 140. 135. 180. And in the crowd, 103.
From Van Veen, and that is expertly timed as well. Still on though, this shot.
97.
Surprised he went for the bullseye. 82 left, 2 darts in hand. Go for a treble. Most people would say treble 14. I'd actually say in that spot, go for treble 20. Doesn't matter what double you leave. Shaking his head. But it's again a first dart at double that's
25.
been dragged massively low by
And you're past
GVV. And I have no idea why.
Game shot on the third leg. Arjan Konterman.
And this time, Contermann is a beneficiary. He finds double three and halves the deficit in the match. 2-1 to Van Veen.
Fourth leg, Gian to throw first. Game on. $121. 59. 100. 55.
So coming up after this, Danny van Trijp against Owen Roelofs before Arjan Konterman returns to take on Graham Hall
81.
in the pair's penultimate match of the day. Then Williams meets Van Trijp before Van Veen returns to face Roelofs. Then it's Van Trijp, Konterman, Hall, Van Veen,
77.
and Roelofs, Williams to complete Tuesday's action here from the live league.
121. 97. January car 78.
Treble 18 for starters. No, treble 14.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Gian
So
van
double
Veen.
18. Different way of going for Van Veen, but he pulled it off perfectly. And he leads the match 3-1.
Fifth leg, Arjan to throw first. Game on. $123.
It's an interesting way to go, isn't it, on 78, treble 14 for double 18. But with his opponent not on a finish, I suppose, if that's his preference, it's up to
60.
him. But if he does it a single 14, he's going to leave himself 64, which when your opponent is on a finish means you have to go 14 bull. And it's not
100.
the approved route. And bullseye might actually be a better option to start there, because
90.
hitting the bull leaves 28, hitting the 25 leaves 53, which is a single to double combo. Anyway, the normal
60.
route, the conventional route, is treble 18. But Van Veen doing his own thing, and it worked out a treat for the 19-year-old Dutch prospect, and I
86.
certainly think he is a prospect.
$140.
We'll start on 19s here, I feel sure. Well, that was the intention.
47.
Still work to do in this match,
78.
as he bids to join Graham Hall at the top of the table.
58.
Contermann will be back for double 10.
100. And your car 20. No score. January car 118.
Well, it's not going to be completed here,
80.
but Contermann
And your car 20.
has to stop mucking about. Double 5 can't come inside, and that's exactly
No
what's
score.
happened.
January car
Choices
58.
here for Van Veen. Does he split? He does. Does he hit? Does he? He does, and that's that.
Gian van
A
Veen.
4-1 win for Gian van Veen against Arjan Konterman, and that means that the 19-year-old moves joint top of the table with Graham Hall. An excellent display there from him as well. 98.25 average, a couple of maximums, hit half of his double attempts, and the high 78, and an orthodox 78 route, treble 14, double 18. All goes swimmingly well for Gian van Veen, who levels the lead for the league at 12 points with Graham Hall. And we are going to see Graham Hall against Arjan Konterman in a couple of games' time. But before that, it's Danny van Trijp against the man at the bottom of the pile, Owen Roelofs. Welcome back to the action here at the Online Darts Live League, brought to you by Sporty Stuff TV. I'm Chris Murphy, and coming up now, it's Danny van Trijp against Owen Roelofs. And Roelofs has work to do, bottom of the table, with only one win to his name. That came yesterday against Gian van Veen, who's actually joint top of the table with Graham Hall. Van Trijp, the man in the middle,
to throw first.
On 6 points.
Game on.
From as many matches.
80.
Sorry, from 7 matches. Looking to put himself
81.
in contention at the right end of the league table. When the pair met yesterday, it went the way of Van Trijp, emphatically a 4-0 win.
66.
Owen Roelofs has looked like a man lacking a bit of confidence today.
55.
I think he had his moments yesterday, but his demeanour has been one of deflation and disappointment throughout today's proceedings.
44.
Now, just as a little sideshow, a little bit of fun, those of you who watched yesterday will know that I posed a tungsten trivia question, and it went down quite well, so I'm going to do that again today.
59.
Approximately at midday. I will ask viewers a question, and if you go on my Twitter page at ChrisMurphy180,
81.
you can reply to the tweet there where I've asked the question. Copy in at Darts Live League, and we'll give the answer at 12:30. So that's coming up probably during this match, actually. So stay tuned if you want to get involved in that. It was a fun one yesterday about the players to have hit 9 darters.
34. Owen Roelofs 170.
There'll be another list of names I'm looking for today. Owen Roelofs not only looking for his first win today, he's still looking for his first leg today, having been beaten 4-0 by both Arjan Konterman and Graham Hall.
100.
But he
Owen
might be
Roelofs
about to
45.
get it. Has missed 6 darts at double so far, didn't get any in his last match against Hall. That's his 7th.
5.
And his 8th
Danny
has gone
Roelofs
begging
96.
as well, and Van Trijp could rub salt into the wound here. Choices. Goes double-double, it doesn't come off for him on this occasion.
40. Owen Roelofs 40.
So tops for Roelofs for a first leg of the day. But he's now missed 10 darts at double across his 3 matches.
20.
Make that 11.
Danny
And it
Roelofs
is not going
56.
well at all for Owen Roelofs. And Van
Game shown in
Trijp
the
only
first
needs
leg,
1.
Danny Van Trijp.
He makes him pay. Oh dear, Owen. Well, it's going very badly indeed. 9 legs now lost on the spin today. That following a 4-1 defeat at the end of yesterday by
Second leg Owen to
Contermann
throw
as well.
first. Game on.
Needs to put an end to this losing streak very, very quickly indeed. 5 darts missed at double to break through in the opening leg. And a big sigh there. You can see that he's troubled.
78.
By his troubles.
45. 134. 123. 32. 93. 134. 100.
Well, can he put his
Owen
troubles
Roelofs
behind him with a brilliant
123.
check out? It's not as easy as 1, 2, 3. And he's not going to complete it.
55. Danny Roelofs 140.
This would really hurt, wouldn't it? Not going to happen though, so Roelofs will get more darts at double. He's missed 11 so far
62.
today. Hasn't got a
Owen
leg in
Roelofs
a ledger just
68.
yet. Is that run about to come to an end? 53 remaining. 40 remaining.
Game
And
show on the
finally,
second leg.
a leg
Owen
goes the
Roelofs.
way of Owen Roelofs. Much to his surprise, he sees the funny side there. Great spirit from the youngster who levels this match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Danny to throw first. Game on. $30. 66. 42. 60. 137. 140. 84. 100. 100. Oh, in your car, 135.
Bullseye for starters here.
$95. Danny Ricard, 108.
Well, a chance for Roelofs to double his
56.
leg tally for the
Owen
day and
Ricard, 40.
break the throw in this match, having had the chance to do so in the opening leg. Van Trijp is a little bit off key and off colour in this match. And, well, once he started hitting, maybe he won't be able to stop Owen Roelofs, who leads this match 2-1 and throws now for a 3-1 advantage.
Fourth leg going to throw first. Game on. $94. 140. 100. 60. 60. 95. 123.
1-2-3 to leave 1-2-4 for Owen Roelofs, hunting down his first win of the day. He's ended that trend of losing legs. Can he end that run of losing matches? 14 segments. Double 11.
102.
Well, it's getting good.
Daniel Carr, 123.
Suddenly for Owen Roelofs.
55.
He'll return for the same target, but could choose to split it. Instead, he's just hit it, and it's a 3-1 advantage for Owen Roelofs, the man who hadn't won a match so far today, is one leg away from beating Danny Van Trijp here.
Fifth leg, Danny to throw first. Game on. $100.
Now, I did tell you that I would pose a Tuesday tungsten trivia task, so I'll do that right now. Yesterday it was all about 9 darters. Today the question is
60.
all about world number 1. So I want you to list the 11 PDC world number 1s. Only 11
60.
players have ever been ranked top of the PDC order of merit, and I want you to name all 11 of them by 12:30.
66.
Reply to my tweet at Chris Murphy 180 with your answers. The full list, please. 11 names that have been PDC or WDC as it was world number
31.
1. Copying at Darts Live League by 12:30, and around then I will give credit for correct answers live here on Sporty Stuff
97.
TV. That's the 11 PDC world number 1s.
81. 58.
Speaking of the PDC, they've just announced the 17 arenas to host
165.
the Premier League
Daniel Gar 120.
next year. Check out their social media for details of
28. Owen
how to go
Roelofs
to
24.
sports biggest party. But here, Owen Roelofs is finally enjoying the party and joining the party. Having failed to win a leg before this match, he's won 4 to defeat Danny van Trijp 4-1 and pick up his first points of the day, moving his tally on to 4 and joining Arjan Konterman on that amount. Contermann in action in a couple of games' time against Graham Hall. In fact, in the next game, Arjan Konterman takes on Graham Hall, who is tied at the top of the table with Gian van Veen. So do stay tuned for that one. But Owen Roelofs finally getting off the mark here on Tuesday. Hi there, welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the action here on Sporty Stuff TV, the home of the Online Darts Live League. And we move into game 10 of 15 today as Arjan Konterman meets Graham Hall. This is how the table looks. Hall right at the top of it, level on points with Gian van Veen. A dozen for the pair of them, but Hall can move clear once again with victory over Contermann, who defeated Owen Roelofs 4-0 in his opening match of the day, but was then beaten 4-0 by Scott Williams and suffered a 4-1 defeat at the hands of Van Veen. Looking, though, to join Danny van Trijp on 6 points.
First leg is Ian to throw first.
After he was beaten by bottom of the table Owen Roelofs with his first victory of the day.
81.
Van Trijp yet to win a match today, beaten
96.
by Hall after missing match darts to defeat the now league leader
100.
Van Veen and Roelofs. As for Contermann, as I mentioned, he beat Roelofs earlier on, but has suffered defeats to Williams and Van Veen. Hall has defeated Van Trijp, Roelofs
140.
and Williams to make it a clean sweep of victories so far today.
140. 98. 83. Graham, your car 167. 59. And a new car 97.
Double top for the first leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Strong
Arjan
start, a
Konterman.
classy clinical finish there from Contermann. 57 for tops to hold on to his throw in leg one. Doing it in 14 darts as well.
Second leg,
Putting
Graham to
pressure
throw
on the league
first.
leader
Game on.
from the off.
60. 100. 81. 57.
'By the way, those of you getting involved in the tungsten trivia task today, maybe I've made it too easy because I've had a lot of right answers already.
60.
But if you missed it, we're asking for the 11 players to have been the PDC/WDC world number one. Only 11 players have ever managed that since the formation of the PDC some 30 years ago. If you can name them all, tweet me at ChrisMurphy180, copy in at Darts Live League, and I will give you credit live on air
140.
around 12:30 p.m. Don't too many tweet though, because I've already had a handful of right answers.
47. Graham, your car 160.
We'll reveal them in 20 minutes' time. Can Graham Hall come up with the right answer here? Not on this occasion, but he will have another visit to level the match.
100. 60. Graham, your car 60.
And he does level the match with that second visit. Taking out 60 on tops, and it's all square in this one. Hall needs to find a break at some point if he's going to pull clear at the top of the table. Contermann has the darts in leg three.
Leg iron to throw first. Game on.
Not much in it
97.
in terms of standard after the first couple of legs. Both players have had one dart double to hold. Both players have hit that double.
$140.
All looking to make a move there. His third ton 40 of the tie. Yet to land a maximum. We've had 25 today. Can't see us threatening that record of 47 now. There were a good few 4-0 results early on in the day. That probably put paid to it, getting 3 4-0s from our first 5
100.
matches. Didn't have one in the
59.
last game between Danny van Trijp and Owen Roelofs, who is the only player yet to contribute to the maximum count today. First of this match.
140.
Ah, come on, Graham. You could have hit another 9 treble 20s the way they were placed. Tell you what, Graham, I will let you off if you take out 121.
25.
I would like it with a single 20, a treble
121.
17 and a bullseye, please. They won't listen. Encouraged
81.
to go that route due to the fact that Contermann wasn't on a finish.
95. Graham Newcar.
He is now, but Hall has his chance to break. We haven't seen a dart miss at double yet in this match. And Hall ain't about to start missing now. He does get the break he needs, and he's taking a step towards pulling clear at the top of the table once more. Hall throws in leg 4 and leads 2-1.
Ball for Graham to throw first. Game on.
13 darter to break there.
85. 96. 100. 140. 22. 58.
Well, is he about to surrender the hard work of getting that break of throw, Graham Hall here? It's a little bit sloppy, this leg.
95.
85, 100, 22, 95, meaning Contermann is in the box seat, particularly if he finds a treble, which he has. Particularly if he finds 2. And all Hall can do now is hit big and hope that Contermann doesn't clean up the 67 he's left himself after a dozen darts.
81. I require 67.
Bullseye needed.
42. Graham require 118.
Caused himself a little bit of trouble with the first dart going wayward there, Contermann. So Hall can get himself out of trouble here if he can find a treble 20, which he has. Contermann can't believe it. Double 19. How's he got that in there?
The fourth leg.
Is what Arjan Konterman was thinking as he shook his head. But Graham Hall, there you see Contermann in disbelief, the Dutchman in the background. But you better believe it. A 118, and I think Graham Hall, Arjan, has got your number.
140. 100. 66. 60. $140.
Next game due to get underway at 12:25. That's Scott Williams against Danny Van Trijp. So if Hall does clean up here, we will have a 5 or 6 minute break before that one gets started. And remember, I'll reveal the answer of the Tuesday Tungsten Trivia task at 12:30. So during that match.
$100.
Hall's timing has been excellent in this game. He hasn't missed a dart double, by the way. 3 out of 3
$100
on the outer ring, including that 118 checkout in the previous leg. So Contermann would be well advised to clean this up, and he might on tops.
122.
Unlucky. Gave it a great
138.
go there. And this isn't going to go, so the game could go on.
$122. I knew a car 20. Game shot on the 5th leg.
And the game does go on. Arjan Konterman landing that double 10 to extend the encounter, but Hall has the darts to wrap it up here. Don't worry, Paul, the bus will be along in a minute.
First, game on. $140.
It seems the place that Graham Hall is travelling is right back to the top of the table. He would move 2 points clear of second place Gian van Veen, who faces Owen Roelofs in his penultimate match in a couple of games' time. He'd be 4 clear of Scott Williams, the overnight league leader, who has lost a couple of his games today. His only win came against this man, Arjan Konterman, 4-0, but he was beaten 4-3 by Van Veen and by Hall, the two men now above him in the league table. Williams has meetings left with Van Trijp and Roelofs.
134. $99.
But Hall here looking to wrap up the win to carry on for him what has been a perfect day so far. 3 played, 3 victories.
100.
And 82 when he comes back to make it 4 out of 4.
90. Graham Mulcar 82.
Bullseye for starters. He loves the bull. Can't find it this time, but 17 leaves tops, and he hasn't missed a dart double in the match.
And
that continues. Perfect finishing from Graham Hall. Sees him move clear at the top of the table once again. A 96 average, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, including a brilliant 118 checkout. So good because the treble 20 looks severely hampered by the first start. But he managed to take it out, and he has beaten Arjan Konterman 4-2 to pull 2 points clear at the top of the league table. Now 5 minutes break before the next match gets underway, and it is Scott Williams against Danny Van Trijp. We'll see you soon for that. Welcome back to the action here at the Online Darts Live League, where we see Scott Williams looking to kind of reboot his bid to top Group A. Now he takes on Danny van Trijp, who's having a poor day. Van Trijp yet to win a match here on Tuesday. 3 games, 3 defeats. Scott Williams has only won one of his 3 as well, so he's gone from being the overnight league leader to falling to 3rd in the table. But if he wins here, he'll join Gian van Veen on 12 points and keep up the pace, just 2 adrift of Graham Hall, whose 4-2 victory over Arjan Konterman saw him move back clear at the top of the table. A perfect day so far for Hall.
First leg,
Far
Scott
from
to
it
throw
for either of
first.
this pair.
Game on. $140.
Almost a perfect start for Scott Williams, a man who's racked up 7 maximums so far today, 13 in total. The group are on 25 today.
$140.
But it's a brace of ton 40s to get things started for Williams.
100.
Did get the better of Van Trijp yesterday, beat him in the last leg decider.
95. 81. Scott Ricard 126.
Williams just having a look at the score here. I think he was checking the score of his opponent. He wants double 6.
114.
For the 126. Would have been a fabulous way to start this encounter.
85.
By the way,
Scott
we'll reveal
Ricard
the
12.
tungsten trivia answer in just a few minutes' time.
Game shot on
Williams
the first
gets
leg,
the
Scott
answer
Williams.
right and takes the first leg in this match. A hold of throw for the man donned in yellow. And Danny van Trijp, well, he's got work to do. No wins
Looks
so
like
far
Danny to throw
today,
first, game
becoming
on.
a clear split in this group table. A top 3 and a bottom 3, and Danny van Trijp has been pulled the wrong
41.
way, sinking in the quicksand seemingly.
$41. 100. 85. 100. 45. 140.
120 left for Van Trijp to level the match.
90. Danny Ricard 120. 60.
No drama. Maybe a little bit of drama now as Williams weighs in with the matches. First maximum.
40. Scott requires 60.
And now he's looking at the combo that's just deserted Danny. Double 10. Clear bed at
On the
least.
second leg, Scott Williams.
And it is a 2-leg lead for Scott Williams after he converted what Van Trijp couldn't. And it is all looking very good indeed.
Third leg, Scott to throw first.
For Scott Williams. And it's time to reveal the answer of the Tuesday Tungsten Trivia task. I asked you to name
91.
the 11 PDC World number 1s. Well done to all those who got it right.
140.
And the answer is as follows. Get your pen and paper out. Tick off the ones
60.
you got right. Cross out the ones you got wrong, because the likes of Rob Cross, Adrian Lewis, James Wade, I've had a few of those. They're incorrect
100.
answers. The correct answers are as follows. Raymond van Barneveld, Rod Harrington, Colin Lloyd, Peter Manley, John Part, Gerwin Price,
140.
Dennis Priestley, Phil Taylor, Michael Van Gerwen, Alan Warrener,
57.
and Peter Wright, who was the world number one until Gerwin Price took it back. So Barneveld, Harrington,
64.
Lloyd, Manley, Part, Price, Priestley, Taylor, Van Gerwen, Warrener, Wright. Did you get all 11?
140. Scott Ricard, 146.
We'll reel off a few names, or the names of the people that did, at the end of this leg.
90. Danny Ricard, 64.
Double top to end the leg now.
24.
But
Scott
Williams
Ricard, 56.
has been in punishing mood in this match. And he wants double four to punish again. Oh,
score.
unlucky.
Danny
Wrong
Ricard,
bed.
40.
That's not too hot, Scott. Double 10 for Van Trijp to halve the deficit, and still.
30.
But he misses
Scott Ricard,
again. The
56.
problem with Williams landing the wrong bed is he's back to the start. This time it's tops. This time it's tens.
36.
And once again he misses.
Danny Ricard, 10.
Double 5 for Van Trijp.
Game shot on the third leg. Danny
Well, it's
Van
a
Trijp.
scrappy end to that leg, but Van Trijp manages to get into the leg, into the match even. And Williams still has work to do. 2-1.
Fourth leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
So as I said in the previous leg, that Tuesday tungsten trivia, all of the PDC
80.
world number ones, 11 of them. Van Gerwen, Taylor, Van Barneveld, Price, Wright, Harrington, Lloyd, Manley, Part, Priestley and Warrener. Well done to the following people
57.
who got it right. Dan Shields, Gavin Fraser, Jude McIntosh, Adam Livingston, Sean Marshall,
100.
Joe Usher, someone who goes by the name of LCFC, Andy, Rumbata 180 on Twitter, and our very own Phil Bars as well, who
60.
got involved. So well done, everyone. That's the end of Tungsten Trivia for today. If you've enjoyed it, maybe we'll bring it back tomorrow or see what the powers
100.
that be say. They might be mad at me for going Maverick, but I don't really care, to be honest. A bit of fun, isn't it?
140. $94.
Well, it would be fun to see Paul Hinks call in the 1-2-7 in game, certainly for Danny Van Trijp when he returns, and he will have to go the bull route if he
81.
only
Danny
finds
Ricard,
one treble.
127. 87.
Didn't have to in the end because the 87, sorry, the 81 from Williams didn't leave a finish.
57. Danny Ricard, 40. Getting shot on the fourth
And
leg.
it's
Danny
all
Van Trijp.
square. Levels, you devils. Deadlock after 4 legs in this one. Williams was threatening to race away, but Van Trijp has hauled his way back into the encounter. 2-2.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on. $85. 85. 86. 134.
Still to come.
83.
Gian van Veen in his penultimate match against Owen Roelofs in a match in which Van Veen is hoping to go to the top of the table and Roelofs is trying to come off the bottom.
180.
Van Trijp fires in his first max of this match and his fifth of the day.
60. Danny Rukar, 102.
And he might be about to go from 2 behind to 1 up.
62. 57. Danny Rukar, 40.
Double 10 to do just that for a 3-2 lead.
20. Scott
Now
Rukar,
then, Scott,
130.
what have you got? What a shot
on the fifth leg.
from Scott Williams. Well, he was on the brink of going behind, but he produced a brilliant three-figure finish, treble 20, and that double 5 for the 130 combo to get his nose back in front after Van Trijp had just squandered 3 darts at double to get ahead himself.
30.
And his head dips, his head drops. That kind of checkout can do that kind of thing to you. And look at the kind of thing that Scott
140.
is trying now.
82. 100.
Attempted the blind 180. We did see him do that yesterday. One of the
97.
6 he hit yesterday. Saw the third dart going without him even looking. He's fired in 7 maximums today, but might have been better advice to look that time.
43. 60.
Luck hasn't been on the side of Danny Van Trijp today. He missed 8 match darts in his first game
44.
against Graham Hall, and it's gone from bad to worse since then for DVT. No wins on the board so far today, and Graham Hall hasn't looked back.
82.
Winning every game since getting the rub of the green in that one.
134. Danny Rukar, 150.
He might have to take out a 150 if he's to stay in this one. Another in there would have left double 18.
94.
But that
Scott
could be
Rukar,
that.
40.
Scott Williams ready to take aim at tops. Ready to take aim at double 5, and he finds it again. And that was a huge scare for Scott Williams, who led the match 2-0, saw that lead cancelled out, and then Van Trijp missed 3 darts at double to lead it 3-2 before Williams produced that brilliant 130 checkout, pinning double 5, the target he found again in the following leg to get the job done and see off the so far winless today Danny Van Trijp by 4 legs to 2. Well, coming next, stay tuned, because we're going to see the man at the bottom of the table trying to climb off it, Owen Roelofs, against his fellow Dutchman Gian van Veen, who's looking to join Graham Hall at the top. Welcome back. 4 games left to go at the Live League today, and the first of them is a penultimate match for the Dutch duo of Gian van Veen and Owen Roelofs. The pair of them have very different ambitions now in this group. As you can see, Van Veen looking to join Graham Hall on 14 points at the top of the table. Owen Roelofs with victory can lift himself off the bottom of it. He won his last match, 4-1 against Danny van Trijp, who suffered a torrid day today.
Looks like it's Gian to throw first.
Losing all 4 of his games, the only player not to have recorded a victory yet today. Graham Hall having a brilliant day of winning all 4 of his, will take on Gian van Veen as well. So if we do see Van Veen
140.
win this match, then we'll have 2 players who've won all 4 games today
100.
fighting it out to lead the league table overnight. Scott Williams led it overnight last night,
57.
but he's a couple of points off the pace. Level with Van Veen on 12. Hall has 14. And then it's down
140.
to Van Trijp on 6. A long way off the pace without a win today. And Roelofs and Contermann on 4.
60. 94. 60. Or in your car, 167.
Much better from Owen Roelofs in the last match,
58.
when he got the better of Van Trijp, averaged in the mid-80s, having been in and even below the 70 mark in his previous 2.
59. Or in
Hadn't won a leg in either of those matches, so put 4 together to get the better of Van Trijp, and he actually could still
69.
finish today with a positive outcome. Possible.
125.
That he could win a couple of games and lift himself not just off the bottom, but even further up than that.
85. Or in your car, 40.
And after that miss by Van Veen, he's going to get his chance to take the first leg in this one against a throw as well.
Being shot on the first leg.
Well, what do you know? Owen Roelofs, who did beat Van Veen yesterday, and now it looks like a bit of a surprise defeat, doesn't it? But he's off the mark again, breaking at the first chance.
Second leg going to throw first. Game on.
It was a 4-3 success for Roelofs in this battle of Dutch youngsters.
41.
'Owen himself just 19 years of
100.
age. Van Veen turned 20 in April. They'll know each other very, very well indeed.
80. 100. 100. 60. 60.
The closing games today see Danny van Trijp go up against Arjan Konterman. Graham Hall taking on Van Veen, as
41.
I mentioned, in what could be a top of the table tussle, though Roelofs here has other ideas. He faces Scott Williams in the afternoon's curtain closer.
56. 100. Oh, in your car, 160.
It's been a bit of a laboured leg, but Van Veen's worked himself down to 100, and Roelofs may have to rely on 164 here. Treble 20 his first target. He gets that for treble 18. Needed the ball if he hit it.
132.
Tidies up nicely, though.
Jan your car, 100.
So Jan Tees up tops. Took his time.
80. Owen require 32.
But couldn't take out the ton. Double 16 to double his lead. Is it going, Owen? Is it going, Owen?
16.
It hasn't gone.
Gian require 20.
And that could be the turning point of the contest. Owen Roelofs missing 3 darts to double his advantage, having broken in leg 1. Double 5.
15.
But the chance
When
comes
you
again.
require 16.
Roelofs won't rue the misses. He can put it right. And this time he gets it right, and he does double his lead, and he's proving to be a little bit of a nemesis. Gian van Veen, Owen Roelofs leads by 2 legs to 0. And needs 2 more for 2 points that would see him pull himself off the bottom of the table. And that was not looking likely, was it, an hour
100.
ago?
60. 100. 140. 57. 140.
It's good stuff, this, from Roelofs. It has been an off game for Van Veen, though. He averaged
60.
93 in his first match, 90 in his
161.
second match, 98 in his third match. And look at this from Roelofs. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. A 161, the highest checkout we've seen this week so far. And it has come for the most unlikely source of such spectacular sharp shooting. Owen Roelofs has been stuck at the bottom of the pile. And now races 3 clear of a man who's trying to get to the top and can't believe where his form has disappeared to. Have they swapped arms? Well, I was just reeling off the averages. The point I was making is the fact that here he's averaging 75, around 15 points worse than his previous worst today.
140.
And Roelofs is rolling.
40.
Well, that's back to the bad luck he was having earlier on. If in doubt, Gian, get your mate to stand behind the board with a hammer. That'll help.
100. 60.
Don't write him off yet if you can find it. A break here, then a hold. Suddenly it's 3-2 and the squeeze is on Roelofs.
55. 100.
But nice to see a glimpse there of what Owen is more than capable of doing.
$26.
He's got a chance to slam the door shut here. Begging for a treble. Well,
60.
why hit a treble when you can leave 160? If you've just taken out 161, 160 is easy, isn't it? I've got no doubt that he'll follow up and win the match in spectacular style.
140. When you count 160.
All right, maybe not. Maybe not.
41.
And only 41 leaves a tricky 119, but he's not expecting to come back anyway.
Game shot
And
in
he
the
won't
fourth
come
way.
back, and Van Veen does get that break of throw by finally bedding a double in this match. And who knows, maybe we could see the great escape.
This leg Gian to throw first. Game on. 100. 95. 140. 100. 60.
Back upstairs. Well, he decides not to.
81.
Thought he could use that, and he knew better than me. Looked pretty blocked, didn't it? But he knows how his darts behave.
130.
That's a great visit, though, from Gian van Veen.
140.
That's a great visit from Owen Roelofs. So Van Veen looking for 71 to keep himself in contention. A match he trailed 3-0. And it will just be the one dart. Double top.
51.
Took a nosedive. Match
Owen
point.
Roelofs,
Owen
85.
Roelofs. What's he got? What he's got is a 16 or a treble. What he's got is the bull. Pinned it, didn't he, for the 161, but couldn't find it to win the game. And after double defeats, looking to make it double victories.
The fifth leg.
But it's double legs now for Gian van Veen, and it could yet be the ultimate comeback from 3-0 behind to a 4-3 win. Roelofs throwing to avoid that fate.
Sixth leg going to throw first. Game on.
Haven't seen that yet this week. It is a rarity at the Live League. We see that happen, but it does happen.
80. 66.
In fact, it's happened 71 times to be exact.
59. 28.
That's from 5,586 matches.
58.
That's how rare it is.
46. 180.
Surprise there for Owen Roelofs, who hits his first maximum of the day and makes that great escape much less likely to happen. And this result will be music to the ears of Graham Hall, who knows he'll stay clear at the top of the table and can put some distance between himself and Gian van Veen when
60.
they meet in their last match of the day, the penultimate match of the day.
$100. Owen Roelofs 64.
So 64 for the win to make it 2 matches on the spin, having not won a leg in his first 2 matches.
32.
Well, that was a poor dart. The second one needed 16 for a dart. Tops.
121.
Opens the door for Gian the man. Double 14. One mistake from Owen Roelofs, and it is royally punished by Gian van Veen. A brilliant check out, 1-2-1. After Roelofs didn't get himself a dart at double, missing the big number to do so, and it was punished to the hilt, and the great escape is on.
It's Gian to throw first. Game on.
What a shot, what a moment, what a match we've had here. You don't always need the ton-topping averages to produce great games of darts. We've seen a brilliant 1-6 warn
Yes,
from Owen Roelofs to lead the match 3-0, and then, having seen his opponent miss a dart to leave a match dart, Gian van Veen
135.
hammered home a 1-2-1 to make it 3 legs in answer and force a last leg decider and keep his hopes of finishing Tuesday's action top of the
58.
group alive. Well, like buses for Owen Roelofs, who hadn't hit one before this match but has now hit 2 in the last 2 legs. Darting defiance
48.
from the 19-year-old Dutchman. Does not want to let Van Veen complete the boomerang job.
138.
But he will get
when you require 48.
his match-winning opportunity. He gets 2 at tops.
28.
He misses 2 at tops, but he will return with 3 at tens. Was all the hard work in coming back from 3-0 behind for nothing?
121 when you require 20.
2 tens for 2 wins in 2 matches. And still 2 tens. And in it goes, and Owen Roelofs rules Gian van Veen for the second day on the spin. He defeats his fellow Netherlands native by 4 legs to 3, having led the match 3-0 after that brilliant 1-6-1 checkout. But Van Veen hit back. A 1-2-1 saw him draw level at 3 apiece. But a break in the last leg decider may have broken the opportunity for Van Veen to top the table overnight ahead of his closing match with Graham Hall. And Owen Roelofs may yet turn what was looking like a disastrous day into a positive one. 2 defeats, now 2 wins, and a match still to come. He takes on Scott Williams in the last match of the day. Van Veen will return to meet Graham Hall in the penultimate game, but coming next, it's Arjan Konterman against Danny van Trijp. Well, welcome back. The final 3 games about to take place, and a bit of a shock in the last one, wasn't it? As Owen Roelofs won his second match of the day, having not won a leg in his first 2 games, and he did it against Gian van Veen, who was hoping to be top of the table overnight. That won't happen. Attention turns to Arjan Konterman and Danny van Trijp, who are both not having great days. Van Trijp in particular, he hasn't won a single match today. Will that change here? Arjan Konterman won his first, but has lost the following 3.
Looks like Danny to throw first.
Something's got to give.
Game on.
And if you want an indication into why players have got the results they have, then you only have to look at the doubling
45.
stats for the day, because Danny van Trijp, who hasn't won a match, has got the worst checkout success rate, 22.58. Arjan Konterman, who's only won 1 match, has got the
43.
second worst, 26.92. And then it's Owen Roelofs with 29.63. Scott
100.
Williams with 32.5. Gian van Veen, who's won 3 of his 4, in second place with 40.54. And no surprise, Graham Hall, who's won all 4 of his matches, 43.24. As they say, scorings for show,
81.
doubles for dough.
$140.
Van Trijp running at an 84.93 average for the day. Contermann
105.
84.92. So absolutely nothing between the pair.
55. Danny Ricard.
Will there be a leg between the pair after this visit? There could be, as Van Trijp looks to take out the big fish.
122.
A massive miss from the massive
Danny
Dutchman.
Ricard 126.
Treble 19 for a go at the bull for Contermann. Can he get it? Yes, he
He's on
can.
the
What a
first leg.
response.
Arjan Konterman.
Having just witnessed his opponent miss the bullseye for the 170 checkout, Contermann stepped forward and completed the 126 by landing
Second leg iron to throw first.
the bull
Game on.
himself. 1-0, break of throw as well.
57. 58. 27. 60.
Graham Hall against Gian van Veen, the last match for that pair. It was looking like a meeting between 2 players with perfect records today, but that
96.
prospect was stopped by Owen Roelofs, who got that 4-3 victory, a 161 in there for him, the highest checkout of the group so far. Roelofs will return to try and make it 3 wins from his last 3 matches when he goes up against Scott Williams, who's had a
96.
mixed day, led the league table overnight, got a 4-0 win against Arjan Konterman, and a 4-2 win against Danny van Trijp,
140.
but beaten by Gian van Veen and by
58.
Graham Hall
Danny
today.
Ricard 109.
Treble 19 would have left double 16. Contermann will get the
57.
chance to
Iron Ricard 167.
make the biggest finish of the day his. Not to be, so the break back very much on for Van Trijp.
102. Danny Ricard 52.
Double 10 to get it,
32. Iron
but
Ricard
he
65.
can't get it. So Contermann may look at the bull 25 segment. The 25 was the requirement. Double top.
Game shot
In
on the
it
second leg.
goes, and it's
Arjan
a
Konterman.
2-leg lead for Arjan Konterman, punishing darts missed at double in both of them by Van Trijp, who has the darts in leg 3.
Third leg Danny to throw first. Game on.
This group will be played to its conclusion tomorrow, live here on Sporty Stuff TV. The action getting back underway at
125.
9:30 AM, and then the players after it will be dispersed into groups B and C, or 5 of them will at least, as usual. Those of you
77.
who've watched a live league for some time will be familiar with how that works. Second and third place go into Group B and will be in action on Thursday and Friday evening
140.
live here on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 PM. in a group of 5 players, of which 3 progress to finals night. 4th, 5th and 6th will move into Group C in a group of 6 players, of which 2 progress to finals night on Saturday. Now, Group C will be at the same time as this group, 9:30 AM on Thursday and Friday. Finals night gets underway at 10 PM on Saturday evening, with the winner of this group progressing straight through to it, without having to play on Thursday and Friday. Look at this.
76.
And again, it's missed darts at double for Van Trijp, but he can afford to miss as many darts as he wants. Didn't have to go that double-double route with Contermann still stranded somewhere in the Netherlands.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
And finally, it is a leg on the board for Van Trijp, who halves the deficit, but still needs to break back. Contermann in charge and throwing for a 3-1 lead.
4th leg, Iron to go first. Game on. $140. $140. $140. $100. $45. $97. $26. Danny Ricard, 164. $64. Danny Ricard, 150.
Treble 19 was the first target. Wanted a couple of them to leave double 18. Instead, Van Trijp returns.
98. Danny Ricard, 100.
Looking to take out the ton to get himself in pole position in this game. Good rescue. Good finish.
The 4th leg, Danny Van Trijp.
And it is advantage finally, Danny Van Trijp. It looked like it was going wrong when that first start landed in the treble 1, but treble 19 and tops got him out of trouble. And he has
just like Danny to throw first. Game on.
Eliminated that 2-leg deficit that Contermann opened up.
59.
You can see why as well, averaging 10 points more than his opponent, going into leg 5, in which he has the darts.
26. $100. $134. $44. $77. $94. $140. $180. And in the crowd, 124.
That's actually the first one of this match. But it's put Van Trijp in a good spot
63.
to move ahead for the first time in the match. Double 12 to do just that.
In
it goes. Great leg of darts from Danny Van Trijp. The 180 to leave double 12, and he only needed 1 dart at it. And from 2-0 down, Van Trijp leads 3-2.
6-leg iron to throw first. Game on.
Played at a really good pace, this. First for Arjan.
140.
Not quite.
$140. $45. 140. 55. 135. 105. Danny require 86. 46. I only require 156. 80. Danny require 40. Game shot in the match, Danny Van Trijp.
Well, there we go. Danny Van Trijp gets the job done. 4-2. He lost the first 2 legs of the match, but he manages to win 4 on the spin, and finally to win a match today. Ends with a good performance. It'll leave him heading back to his hotel a little bit happier. 97 average in the end for Van Trijp, who produced 100 checkout. A 1-2-6 from Arjan Konterman in the opening leg. The highlight for him, but it didn't get much better than that. That pair will return tomorrow. We will return in a few minutes with the final 2 matches, including a top-of-the-table tussle between Graham Hall and Gian van Veen. That is coming right up. Welcome back. Group A really taking shape here at the Live League, and 2 matches left to play on the second day of action, and this one is a meeting right at the top. Graham Hall, the man who has top spot, but he could be joined by Gian van Veen and Scott Williams if Van Veen can beat Hall here and Williams can get the better of Owen Roelofs, who's just won his last 2 matches, having failed to win a leg in his first 2, to pull himself off the bottom at the expense of Arjan Konterman, who has just gone down 4-2 to Danny van Trijp for what was Van Trijp's first victory of the day.
Looks like it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Well, that brings you up to date in this one. Hall is looking for a clean sweep of wins here on Tuesday. Van Veen was hoping to do the same, but he went down to Owen Roelofs in his last outing. And he's hoping to bounce straight back so he can join Hall at the top of the table and carry on that tussle, that 3-way tussle.
100. $180.
Hall, though, signalling his intentions from the off.
135.
Bit of aggression in that last start from Van Veen. He's up for the fight.
$140. $121. Graham, your car 41.
Double top for a perfect start. Double 10 for a dozen dart leg.
Game shot in the first leg. Graham Hall.
Graham Hall is looking likely to win them all today. 4 out of 4 so far. Had the first leg in his 5th and final game. Van Veen
Gian to throw first. Game on.
has to hold and then has to find a break from somewhere.
$134. $100.
When the pair met
24.
yesterday, Van Veen did get the better of Hall, a 4-3 success for the youngster. An average of 95.62 in a really close encounter.
100.
There was not much between them at all.
$85. $81. $66.
Again, he tried to put a bit more power into that last start, and a couple of times he's done it. He's gone wide into the 5. He just needs to carry on as normal, Gian van Veen. Not over try, not be over aggressive.
100.
You can see the difference with the final dart for a couple of visits in this match where he's really tried to power it in, and that's not his throw.
81. Graham Newcar 120.
Maybe that throw is breaking down a little here. You can see him just trying to get the shoulder going. Trying to keep loose. We've seen Hall hunt down treble 20s in this position already today, in particular.
100.
Gian
Newcar 111.
That did for Arjan Konterman earlier on. Couldn't manage it there for the 120. This is still on. Treble 20 for the bull. Not to beat for Van Veen.
Graham Newcar 20.
And Hall steps forward to break and edge closer to that perfect day here at the Live League on Tuesday. Graham Hall has won 4 of his 4 matches and is halfway to making it 5 from 5 and doing it against one of his closest rivals.
They'd like Graham to throw first. Game on. $100. 60.
I might be about to post his best average of the week. We did see the best average of the week yesterday, 111 from Scott Williams in this very match, the 14th out of 15. Well, maybe Hall's going to do even better than that. The 180 takes him above it. He's second of the game.
140.
That was a 4-0 win for Williams against, guess who? Gian van Veen.
60.
The best average we've seen from Graham Hall
96. Graham, your car 161.
is 110.59. That was here at the Live League. We've already seen a 161 today. We're not going to see another in this leg, but Hall
97.
leaves it reasonably handy. Best average of the day came from Hall himself, 105.47. His best of the day and his best of the week.
81. Graham, your car 64.
Treble 8 or treble 16, take your pick. Shoot in between them if you like. 16 then for double thereof, or 8 for tops.
44.
It wasn't far away, but it gives
Daniel
Van Veen
Carr,
the chance to fight back.
124.
Hasn't had a dart at double yet in this match. Treble 18 would give him one at the bull. Superb.
Shot on the third
Absolutely
leg.
superb from Gian van Veen. A 1-2-4 checkout of the highest quality. Look at that dart in the bullseye. Having not thrown at double in the game, he gets
game on.
the break back and keeps himself in this fight. Remember, it could be still a three-way
66.
tie at the top of the Group A table at the end of the night if Van Veen can turn things around. Well, that's the way to go about it.
180.
But that's the way Hall goes about things. A third maximum of the match for the
100.
G-Man.
$59. $100.
Been a really enjoyable day of darts once again. I think this has been a
84.
really good group, actually. I know myself and Paul and Chris and Mark are all guilty of sometimes saying, no, this is the best group ever. But I think this really, I'm not saying it's that, but it's been very, very watchable, very, very enjoyable. And I'm looking forward to the climax tomorrow. Yesterday was all about those 180s, a record equaling haul from any group. They all play at a good pace.
98.
There's been
a few
95. Sub-stories. And we're certainly seeing a clear 3 set to battle it out. Great dart that, double 16. Well, it's a couple of wonderful finishes, and he really has been one of the protagonists in this group. 1-2-4, followed by a confident kill of 95. He was going for the bullseye with his first dart at 15. Now, most players would have gone tops there, but he backed himself for a treble. Found it, and then found the double to level the match at 2-2. Game on. And still, while Hall is averaging 104.
100. 100. 58. 100. 57.
100. Absolutely exceptional. Well, this is good. He's showing some guts here. Gian van Veen against a man who's enjoying an excellent day, an unblemished record for Graham Hall.
140. January 100.
Would have been easy for the Dutchman to fold, but the youngster is showing plenty of tungsten tenacity, plenty of darting defiance, and plenty of arrows excellence.
43. Graham Yorkar 140.
Although none of it evident in that visit. You would expect to be back. He would hope to be back. He would wish to be back. He would pray to be back. He won't be back. Graham Hall has just taken out a show-stopping 146 checkout after that slip from Gian van Veen, who had left 78.
6-leg Gian to throw first.
They've gone blow for blow in this match, and that's another one landed by Hall.
77. 90. 140.
Keeps fighting, keeps scrapping, the 20-year-old Dutchman. This Super 6 will be back tomorrow, 9:30. Don't miss it, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
134.
If you're watching in the UK or on the Online Darts YouTube channel around the world. And then on Thursday and Friday, the 5 players who don't win this group will be joined by 6 more across 2 sessions. Darren Johnson, David Wareski, Josh Richardson, Pete Burgoyne, Ryan Furness and Sean Griffiths all entering the action. 12 will become 6 for finals night on Saturday. But after the 146 from Graham Hall, can Van Veen reply with a 144? Well, the answer to that is no, but this time he definitely will return.
128.
And he'll return needing double 8 to force a last leg decider. For me, the match of the day, this. High quality, high drama.
137. January
and plenty
16.
at stake as well. Hall can pull clear at the top of the table, or Van Veen can reel him in. And he's levelled the match to force a deciding leg that will sort everything out at the end of the day's action. Hall has the darts, but Van Veen is fighting to go level at the top of the table. And if he does that, it opens the door for Scott Williams to do the same in the very last match when he takes Owen Roelofs on. But what a start from Graham Hall. That's a haul of 4 maximums in the match for the league leader. And it can't be matched by Van Veen, who now must be getting that sinking feeling. He's kept on fighting against the current in this game. But here comes Hall looking through another. He's not going to complete the match, the win, in the most sensational style. But unless Van Veen can find a maximum himself here, then surely the win is going to be his.
100.
He knows he's got 6 starts, probably 9 from 2-2-1.
81.
And he now knows that he has got 6 darts.
140.
From 140. He's already taken out 146. Yep. 75 remaining. Treble 17 will be the target.
82.
So all Van Veen can do is try and pile on the pressure by hitting big.
60.
And he hasn't really managed to do that.
58.
2 match darts incoming for Graham Hall, who averaged 105.47 earlier on, his best of the day. And is looking to make it 5 wins from 5 today. And he's done exactly that. Graham Hall with another ton-topping average, this time 104.13. And it is a clean sweep of victories for Graham Hall, who defeats one of his closest rivals, denying Gian van Veen the chance to have a tie at the top of the table overnight. Hall will be the front runner going into the final day of action. Scott Williams looking to close the gap when he comes back in the next and final game of the day. But a brilliant bout that was. A 146, a high for Graham Hall, a 124 in response from Gian van Veen, but the 4 180s have helped Hall get over the line, and here Graham Hall has won them all. Welcome back. Last game of action here on the second day of Group A, and it is a meeting between the rejuvenated Roelofs and Williams, who is looking up and looking to close the gap at the top of the table. I say rejuvenated because it was looking very, very bad for Owen Roelofs at the start of the day. He lost his first 2 matches without winning a leg, but he's won his last 2, including a victory against Gian van Veen.
First leg is
been
going
a
to throw
horrible
first.
hour for Van Veen, who could have been the outright league leader at the start of the day. Instead, will be 3rd in the table overnight going into the final day of action. That league lead will belong to Graham Hall, but Scott Williams
50.
with a win here can close the gap to 2 points. With 1 day's play remaining in this group. Remember, 1 player progresses through to finals night on Saturday.
91.
Without having to play
140.
here on Thursday and Friday. And when this pair met yesterday, in the very first match of the group, it was a 4-0 win.
123. $140
for Scott Williams, who was the overnight league leader in this group,
57.
but hasn't had it all his own way today. Beaten by Van Veen in his first match 4-3, then inflicted a whitewash over Arjan Konterman before losing
58.
out to the 5-star performer today, Graham Hall, 4-2. He then beat Danny van Trijp 4-2, and is looking to make
60.
sure he ends on
When
a
you
positive
recall
today. Both players with 2
113.
wins and 2 defeats in this group today, although in a different pattern of results. We haven't
57.
seen a 170
Scott
checkout
Ricard
yet. We have seen Scott Williams
170.
miss the bullseye 4 it once today. Not going to get another go.
64. Owen Roelofs 56. Game shot on the first leg, Owen Roelofs.
And it's Roelofs who takes the first leg in the match on throw, but he won't be suffering the same fate as he did yesterday when he didn't win a leg against Williams. What a turnaround
Scott to
today
throw
for Owen
first,
Roelofs. Legless after 2 matches, and it might
140.
end up that he's won 3 on the spin. That's a perfect dart as well. Carry on. Fill it up. Can't quite manage it
140.
in the yellow derby, although Williams looking a little greyer today and his results looking a little greyer as well.
96.
4 out of 5 yesterday. Might only be 2 out of 5 if Roelof gets his way today. Had a couple of those, hasn't he?
80.
Bounce outs.
$58. $137. 60. On your car, 144.
Not going to take out the 144.
128. Scott your car, 147.
Not going to take out the 147. So to double his lead with a break to
127.
boot here, the
On your
underdog,
car, 16.
Owen Roelofs, against the man who was top dog at the end of day 1, Scott Williams, and it
Game
is
shot on the
2-0.
second leg.
Roelofs
Owen
ruling
Roelofs.
here. Well, who would have seen this coming after the first couple of matches when Owen Roelofs could not hit a leg for love nor money, finds himself 2-0 up and
They're
2
going
legs
to throw
away
first.
from making
Game
it 3 wins on the spin, and doing it with victories against two of the top players
30.
in the group, Gian van Veen and now Scott Williams. And he's good value for the victory. If he does go on and
80.
complete it, he hasn't allowed Williams a dart at double yet in this match.
$177.
And he's enjoying himself, playing with freedom. Owen Roelofs. Scott
180.
Williams responds. Maybe he's playing with freedom as well. Oh, look at this. It's an exhibition to end the afternoon's action. 177, 180, 180.
137.
And then 137. And then 114. And then 114. And then double top.
94.
Ah, not quite.
Scott car 104.
So Williams to break back and halve the gap. First dart he's had at double,
Shot on the
and in it
leg.
goes.
Scott Williams.
And Scott Williams gets the break back, gets a leg on the board, and will throw for parity.
Fourth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
Or something's tickled the experienced official there, Paul Hinks.
22.
Well, don't laugh now, Paul, because Scott Williams won't be laughing after that opening.
$96.
A reminder that we do return tomorrow morning, 9:30 AM on
100.
Sporty Stuff TV, when Van Veen and Hall will get the action underway.
78.
The last day of Group A on this week 3 of Stage 1 of the New Style Live League.
59.
More surprises to come in future weeks, so do keep your eyes on things. Things are changing at the Live League. More will be revealed.
100. $140.
Scott Williams going into this final match had an average for the day of more than 91. Owen Roelofs just over
23.
80. He's really turned things around in the last couple of matches. And it's been good to see, because he was looking like a very deflated darter after a couple of whitewashed defeats. And now he's found his range.
140. Scott Ricard 139. $99. Owen Ricard 64.
And having found the 57 there, you know what? Go for a treble, Scott. The bullseye, the smallest target on the board, not giving himself the best chance of finishing, and made to pay by Owen Roelofs. I see that shot so much. 2 darts in hand, 82 remaining, and a player goes for the bull. And I'm not even an advocate of treble 14 when your opponent's on a decent finish. I think treble 20, double 11 is as good as anything else. You throw it all day long, that treble 20 target. Look, it's easy. Can't miss it.
180. $48. $50.
Well, Owen Roelofs really
97.
has completed the turnaround from 0 to hero today. 0 points after 2, 0 legs
95.
after 2. And he's on the brink of making it 3 wins on the spin, including victories against the second
94.
and third place in the league. This man, Scott Williams, and his fellow Dutchman Gian van Veen. And he's at it again, he's in it again.
136.
Delightful darting from Owen Roelofs, who might be about to post a 3-figure average. His first in victory at the Live League as he looks for double top for a 13 darter. Well, he'll drop below the ton mark now. But he doesn't drop below the double top. He finds that. And Roelof rules Scott Williams. And what a turnaround that is for Owen Roelofs at the end of the day. A 98 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Restricted Williams to just 1 dart at double. That was at the end of that 104 checkout. So Williams not closing the gap on Graham Hall at the top of the Group A table, as you can see there. But look at Owen Roelofs up and away. At the start of the day, he only had a couple of points. And after 2 matches today, he had no more points, no more wins, and no more legs. But he's made it 3 on the spin and put himself in the picture. Danny van Trijp on the same points as him. Then it's Gian van Veen in 3rd place. Scott Williams in 2nd. They're tied on 12 points each. But after 2 days' play, it's Graham Hall that is now, well, you can say it, the runaway league leader in this group. The action returns tomorrow. It will play to a finish, and the winner of the group will progress straight to finals night on Saturday. Do join us live on Sporty Stuff TV at 9:30 AM. Let's see if Graham Hall can carry on this brilliant winning run, because here on Tuesday, Graham Hall won them all.